15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Is that Shakespeare?
Nope, it's Geico.
Yeah, that's Shakespeare from one of his unpublished works. Oh, it be not for awakening. Nay, giveth thou the berries. For 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
No, it's from Geico, because they help save people money.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but Geico got it from Shakespeare.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
I needed affordable car insurance. Then I heard this song.
1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Pick up the phone, the call is free.
And Safe Auto got me low down payments on state minimum coverage. So this is my jam.
Play it safe, Safe Auto.
Hey guys, it's Sports Cards Nonsense. I will be your host, Mike Giuseppe, the brand new show on the Ringer Podcast Network, coming to you twice a week on Tuesdays and Fridays. I'm a little man who's made some big money in the sports card market industry. I'll be joined by Jesse, the producer.
Never been described as little, but I do like big profits.
We're going to be coming to you and bringing you all the knowledge you need on NBA, NFL, and MLB prospecting. Anything you need to know about sports card and the sports market. Make sure you tune in. We'll be starting this Thursday, January 28th. Follow and listen on Spotify or wherever else you get your podcasts.
Let's see if I can get this mic set up where you guys can hear me. And you can see my pajama pants. Because you know what? It's cold outside. And I just got done doing chores in my pajamas. Because, well, I don't feel like getting dressed. Wife's out doing chores right now. She's got to go feed the rest of the dogs, and then she's got to go get milking done. Hope you guys can hear me. Everything all right? Sounds okay? I got the music turned down so you guys can hear me. Maybe a little retro music in the background. I'm not sure. Turn the sound up a little bit, but it looks like I don't want to be clippy or anything like that. Hey, Daryl, what's going on, man? Let's, I was going to plan on doing, I got it like 20, what do I got here? 1, 2, 4, that's 6, there's 11, that makes 14, 18, 21, I got 24 boxes I got to finish right here. I figured I would just sit here and go live. Sounds good on the mobile. That sounds good on the mobile as in just through the speakers on the phone, or does it sound good as in like you got a headset on with the wireless earbuds or something? I try to find some place I can put my phone. Hold on a second here. I forget I have this little phone holder doohickey here. I think I can click it onto a tripod or something. Not necessarily a tripod, but this thing. I wonder if this will work. I still don't have everything figured out on this whole streaming thing. You know, sitting in front of the computer streaming with like OBS or something like that's one thing, but actually having a camera set up, just don't quite have the setup for it yet. I guess I could figure something out. I just need to get it to where I can see chat when I'm sitting here doing something. Wonder how well this will stick to my mat. As long as I can get it off later, that's all I care about. So I'm going to pick this like something like this. I can raise this up. What we got going on here? 3D print phone stand. Yeah, I could, huh? Oh, I got one here that I had an issue with the phone stand here a while back, and I sent a nastygram to them, and they sent me a new one because it's a motorized one for my pickup, and it has a wireless charger built into it, and the screw on it, they have a capsulated screw, like a nut on the end of it, and the screw that they use is too long, so it wouldn't ever tighten up properly. So they sent me a new one, which didn't have the same issue. I didn't have to send back the old one, but I kept it, figured out what was wrong with it, I fixed it, and when they sent me the replacement one as a new one, they sent me this other stand that I have right here. So it'll work. Can't complain. It was free, so right. It looks like it'll stick well to this mat. So let me get this phone up here. I can see what's going on. Let's get my iron turned on over here so you guys can see what I'm doing. Alright. So how's everyone doing? Got 14 viewers right now, so actually I think I got my phone on, so that probably counts as one of them. So I probably got 13 viewers. So Hope everyone's staying warm and staying dry. Hopefully, and I guess if you're online and you're watching, that means you have power right now. I know some individuals in certain parts of the country right now are having some issues with the power. Been following some of that stuff on Facebook today. Black Web, is that the one that what is it? Walmart sells the Black Web ones, right? I think I've seen those at Walmart. And of course, I might need to replace my iron. It's getting kind of cantankerous. There it goes. All right. Some of these boxes done up. All right, like I said, I already got the lands put in all of them. That's a real simple, easy thing to do because it prints the whole automatically. So there's nothing to clean up, nothing to whatever. So anybody been able to get a hold of some graphics card here recently? I got a friend of mine. He told me about an app. It's like a notification app you can use as a Google Chrome, and I haven't ever used it, so I never even knew about it. He was able to get some 3060 Ti's off Amazon today. I actually ordered 2 of them. There's some little notification deal that when it changes, when something on the website changes, I guess it'll actually send him a notification for it, and when it did, he was able to. He had a couple seconds to get there and get them ordered, but he got them ordered today. Oh. Curtain hooks from another bedroom. Oh, some curtain hooks. Tie back the curtains on the window. Yeah. A printable 3070, that'd be kind of awesome, wouldn't it? Yeah, you know, and the bad thing is, I mean, you can have GPUs. They're everywhere if you're willing to pay the money for them. I don't have my screen capture set up where I could show it to you, but I was watching eBay yesterday, and somebody bought a... Oh, what was that rig now? I'm trying to remember what it was. They bought there was, I think, 3 3060 Ti's. There was a couple of 3070s and something else. There was like 8 cards total, I think. But they bought the entire mining rig. It was $9,500. Come with like a single power supply, a motherboard with a Celeron processor, of course, and it was an open frame. For $9,500. I just blew me away. I watched one today on Amazon or on eBay. It was a 6-card 5700. Not even that 5700 XTs. They were 5700s. 6-card complete mining rig on a wooden frame, and it sold for $8,000. So. It's getting crazy, and I don't really see an end in sight unless crypto takes a crash, which kind of like ETH has been pretty volatile today. So I wonder if we're hot yet. Can we melt plastic? Not yet. Iron takes a little while to get hot. I have to run this thing about 275 degrees centigrade. Yeah, about 275 degrees centigrade is what I run the iron at. So. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was buying it back in 2017 and 2018, and early on in 2018, and I can remember when the same thing was happening back then. Graphics cards was kind of they were expensive, and you would pay 50 to 100% above MSRP, so you might pay double the cost for one. But it always seems like the mining rigs themselves, when people would put them on eBay, maybe not all of them sold like that, but people, I guess, that don't know how to build a computer and they don't know how to do any of the tech side of it, if they can buy something online that's already built, throw an OS in it, and figure out how to set it up to mine to whatever wallet they want, so it's a lot easier for those people. 3060 Ti 8-card rig for $17,500. Yeah, that's yeah, wow. I mean, you're paying. I mean, the tire mining rig. I think that if that's the one that's on eBay, I think I might have seen that one on eBay. And man, I tell you what, you got 8 3060 Ti's, say 120 watts of cards, so that's going to put you at 1,000 watts just on the cards. Depending on what kind of case you're running and fans. I mean, I run server cases with Delta fans, so I'm pulling another 100 watts approximately, so it puts me at 11. Then your core system's another 35 to 50 watts, so let's be conservative. That's 1,200 watts. So if you're pulling 1,200 watts, then you could be running possibly running like a 1,600 watt power supply if you've got a single ATX type power supply. And those are expensive, $400 or $500. A motherboard, even at today's market price, a motherboard you'd be looking at probably at $200 at least. I think I've seen motherboards with CPUs, RAM, basically ready to mine for about $300. So that's going to put you in about $800. Say $60 for risers. So all said and done with your core system, with the frame and everything, maybe $1,000. So that puts basically 8 3060 Ti's at $16,000. Dude, that's $2,000 a card. Easy. I mean, and I'm sure, I hate to say it, I'm sure there's going to be some, I don't want to try to insult anybody, there's probably going to be somebody that's going to be ignorant to what's going on, and they're going to get on there and they're going to get all excited. They listen to their friends. They've seen something on Facebook. Oh, invest in crypto, invest in crypto. Somebody's going to go out and they're going to buy that rig for $17,000. And in 3 months from now, and I hope it doesn't happen. Don't get me wrong. I hope the market stays the way it is and we all can keep making money. Just as long as we all can get graphics cards. But they can end up losing their butt on that whole system, and I've seen it happen before. I've seen a lot of people lose money. I lost money, sort of. I mean, because the money that I invested into buying more cards was made from crypto. I ROI'd on my original investment, so I lost money, but I didn't. Yeah, I overpaid for the cards, but I was able to recoup some of that money and then able to sell some of them later on. So it wasn't too terrible. But yeah, I won't pay that kind of money for a card. If I'm going to spend $2,000 on a card, I'm buying a 3090 just to have one. I mean, I can't get no one to send me one. Panda, if you're listening, send me that Strix card. I need it so I can watch YouTube videos and stream on YouTube. All right. First one's down. Where's my iPad? There it is. Orange Army, you have to go over to my Discord channel. I don't think I have it linked in the description of this video or the live stream. You can go look at one of my other videos. I'm not at my computer, so it's a little hard to do it. But there's a link to my Discord channel. There is a channel in there. It'll say meter box orders. And please, no discussion in that channel. I've had to go in and delete a bunch of messages. And I screwed up not paying attention one time and started chatting myself in there. And I put myself on the naughty list for disobeying my own rules. So, put your name on the list. Tell me how many boxes you want and location. U.S. only. And I will ship to Canada, but that costs extra. Yeah, there we go. Panda O's the goat. Especially right now, seeing how GPU prices went up. It's all good though, because that was the thing that when I sold those GPUs to Panda, we were having the discussion about him possibly buying them. I told him, I said, I would rather sell them to him at a discounted cost versus trying to deal with eBay. And now I got to pay commissions, I got to pay shipping for a bunch of individual cards. Too many damn scammers on eBay. I've had my PayPal account shut down because I sent a product to somebody. It got damaged in shipping. I had insurance on it, and instead of actually filing a claim with the shipping company, they sent it back to me. Told me I need to refund the money. When I flat out told them in the eBay ad, or not, yeah, the eBay auction, no, as is, no returns, no refunds, no whatever. And so PayPal sided with them, and I got screwed out of about $500 that they just forcibly removed from my account, and my account was shut down. So for large purchases, I don't really want to mess with PayPal or eBay. So I would rather figure out what my commission cost would have been, approximately how much I would have sold the cards for, deduct the commission cost out of the cards, and I had one shipping cost, one shipping fee, and I shipped all of them to Panda. So,
all you need to launch a podcasting career. You'll need
hey Puff, you're on video.
Topic.
Here's why
You're on camera, buddy.
Squarespace website with a strong logo.
Huh? You're on
A
camera.
mic to do the talking into.
Yeah.
A sponsor, like say, the all-in-one platform that lets you create a beautiful online presence. And an email newsletter for when you hit the big time.
My guest today is the King of Portugal.
Whatever your idea is, launch it. with
Yeah,
Squarespace.
well,
Use offer code Spotify for 10%
Panda
off your first purchase
is
of a domain or website.
West Coast, Canada. He might still be at work, or he might be getting food. The secret side of Panda is that he eats a lot. Every time he's over in the Discord, he all he's supposed to be is there are pictures of food. He's a pig and gains no weight. East Coast, Ontario, okay. Michael, yeah, that's I've had cards do that before. Sometimes, Michael, on your 870 or your 570s, sometimes the maybe the cards are starting to degrade, seeing how those are older cards. I've had 5700 that I ran for several months and had no issues, and then it decided just not to want to mine and kept throwing bad shares. I ended up pulling it out and using it in a gaming computer because it worked for everyday purposes. It worked great for that. It's just, I don't know if it just started to, the chip started to degrade in it, or what the issue was. Sometimes your overclocks might be too aggressive. I would rather have a softer overclock and be more reliable than going for maximum mega hash. I haven't ever actually done the testing on it. Like I said in one of my other videos, Panda did it. I'd have to see if I can find that video again. But he sat down and ran a couple of cards based off of the shares and found that he had some cards that would pull more shares than the others. So it's all kind of a give and take with this whole GPU mining. Silicone lottery, if you got clean power, that could have a factor in it. If you're, depending on what server you're mining on, right now I'm over on ETHMine, and you can ping the servers, and it'll tell you what your ping is on it, so you can pick the fastest one. I actually hadn't done it in a while, and the server that I was on was no longer the fastest server. It used to be. For whatever reason, it wasn't as fast. So I actually had to change over to different pool, entirely different pool, because I was getting, my ping was like 150 ping, and the other pool, well, no, I'm sorry, it was like 50 something, and the other pool that I switched to was only like 16. So 2 to 5 every 5 days. Yeah, I mean, I guess as long as you stay in the 90-some odd percentile, like 99 percentile on your shares versus bad or rejected shares. Got so many dang boxes sitting here. I ain't got a whole lot of room right now with the printer going on. All right. Yeah, you can try swapping risers out. That's not a bad idea if you have some extra ones. They all of my risers, actually, I have not bought any new risers in, oh man, probably 2 years. All my risers are like 006, 007 risers. The original ones that I bought when I started mining back in 2017. I've gave a few away. I probably had in the neighborhood of 80 risers, and I gave away probably 20 of them. I know I have 3-4 rigs full of risers sitting out in the shed right now. I've had a bad one here or there I've tossed, so I probably got 50 risers sitting here. But they're all the OG risers, though, from back in the day. Run all satirizers, yeah. I did that for a long time, though. I can't say that I can't deny it. I have a meter. Let's see if I can grab it without knocking the camera over. I have this meter right here, which is a clamp-on style. And when I very first started mining, I bought this meter, and I was able to clamp it over the wires for the riser to see what kind of wattage I was pulling on the riser itself. And that's when I figured my 2060s and actually my 1050 Ti's were pulling no power whatsoever on the riser, like 2 or 3 watts or something ridiculous like that. The 1060s, I think the ones that I had, they pulled approximately 30 watts roughly on the riser. So I didn't have no concern with running the risers on SATA. I mainly did it because I didn't have any splitters. I was just getting into mining and a little cheap. I started watching the crypto god or the crypto Zohan or whatever you want to call him, and y'all know him as BBT, Bits Be Trippin'. So, and that was one of the things he always talked about was the SATA power risers and stuff, and being careful with them. So, just followed his rules. See if I can do this without burning my finger. Dang. Oh yeah, sorry. I guess the popularity of these boxes, Amazon's been having issues trying to keep up with the meters, keeping the meters in stock. I never would have thought I would run Amazon out of inventory on anything, but thanks to you guys, just gonna have to give me a few days to get caught up. I think through my affiliate link that I have on the Discord for these risers, like 30 of them now have been purchased. Meters have been purchased for the meter boxes, not risers. Butterfly Labs. I've heard of them. I'm so far out of the loop with all the comings and goings of the dramas of the crypto world. I do what I do, and that's all I care about. I don't follow all the comings and goings. So I know a lot of those people selling. There's been, I mean, of course, I was doing it back when the what the hell is it called now? I'll think of it in a minute. Back when all the nodes started becoming real popular, and everyone wanted to have enough shares in the master nodes, whatever the hell those things are called, and it seemed like 1 or probably 9 out of every 10 coin that was coming out was a scam coin. So I've been through all those days of between the scams and the master nodes and all that stuff. So after all that stuff started going on and started happening, I just kind of I don't know. I just kind of stayed out of all that stuff. I stayed out of all the drama. I know what I know. I know it works. You know, I don't make a lot of videos on changing the overclock settings and doing this and you know, getting the maximum you can out of these cards. You know, because well, I don't do all that, man. I'm more worried about getting these cards to actually run and getting them to be reliable and stay running. I can show you screenshots from my 1660 rigs that ran for 42 days, and I don't think they ever pulled a single invalid share, or maybe one or two invalid shares. No rejected shares, and they run for 42 days. The only reason the rig even was rebooted is because my power flickered here at the house. Because here in the summertime when it's hot, about once a month it seems like at least, our power will flicker and it reboot my rig. Other than that, I never restarted the rigs. So that's what I worry about. That's what I watch. I mean, I get them up and running. I know what the maximum mega hash that each card will make, or theoretically should make. I get somewhere close to it where it's stable with just a conservative overclock, and then I leave them alone. I walk away from them. Matter of fact, my 1060 rig that I just fired up in one of my latest videos, I haven't been out to the shed other than our power went out, so I had to, and it's on an auto reboot, so it automatically rebooted. Power flickered twice now over the last 3 days, so it's rebooted itself. And other than watching, making sure it stays running on Hive, I haven't touched it. Went out, conservative overclock, turned the rig on, walked away from it. No hands. That's why I like it. Yeah, about $30 ship. In the U.S., Orange Army. You said something about being in Canada, Ontario. The last one that I shipped to Canada, God, it was like $26 for one, and then I've shipped another one to Canada, and it was like $30-some. It kind of sort of dictates, I guess, where you're at. So it's probably, I say $30 to $40 to ship in Canada. I know some guys might complain that I'm charging too much to ship. You know, I'm not a business. I'm just an average goat. And so shipping on one of these boxes is about $7.50 to $8.50 depending on where it's going. I buy my bubble wrap and I pay for boxes. So it works out to be at about $8.50. My boxes are like 75-80 cents a piece, and then probably 25 to 50 cents worth of bubble wrap. So I'm paying right at $10 to ship one of these boxes is what my cost is. So I'm not scamming nobody out of shipping costs, if anybody actually was wondering. What was he asking about? Oh, the printing time? Yeah, I've been playing with the settings a little bit, but an actual box takes approximately 10.5 hours, roughly, depending on what printer it's on. My OG printer has a slightly bigger nozzle in it, so it doesn't, and I use it only for lids right now. The other two printers have been running pretty much non-stop since I've gotten them, just doing boxes. I'm doing lid right now on one of them. Actually, I'm doing lid on both of them right now because I don't have enough filament left on the roll to do another box. So I finished the roll off with a couple of lids. So, and a lid takes approximately 2.5 hours. So you're looking at right at 13 hours for a box and a lid. But for the most part, it's mostly automated. So when it comes to my work involved, I just got to make sure it stays running and keeps filming in the machine. Pop that off the build plate when it's done and push start on the next one. And then this is the only thing that's really time consuming on my part, is installing all these brass inserts. And then when I get the brass inserts installed, I will go back with the drill bit, clean out the plastic, and I will use a tap and I'll clean the threads and put the lids on them. Yeah, well, the problem is, Jacob, with the flat rate boxes, the flat rate boxes aren't that cheap. Yeah, it's a flat rate, but it's still like $13 for a flat rate, for a medium-sized flat rate. And you have to put, and these will not fit in a small flat rate box. They'll fit in a medium size. And crap, maybe medium size was $17. Something else to let you guys know, the ones that are actually watching the stream anyways. I have started making my lids without the name embossed on them, mainly because of quality issues. I really got to pay attention with the printers, and since I use the glass beds, they pop off real nicely. And except for one of them brand new, and it's really sticky, so I don't like to pop off. That's the one that was actually I had on video just a minute ago. So like I said, I don't have my logo embossed on them anymore, not on these ones, and I'm probably going to change the 110 ones also, just because of quality issues. I've kept having issues with some of the lettering, like on the Space Scopes on the A. I don't know if I have one. Yeah, here we go. I keep having issues. You know, the lid itself looks great. It's a nice lid, but right down in here, when you start getting into the fine bits, like this one curled a little bit. The center of the G, like, completely curled and fell off. The E, the little legs kind of curled a little bit. I don't know how well you guys can see that in the camera. Yeah, you can see it. So I kept having some quality issues, and like this one here, I wanted to send it out because the G was totally messed up. But the ones that had a little bit of curl in the letters, I went ahead and sent them out. And I've had a couple people kind of complain about the lettering being a little messed up. But you know, people got to understand that this is not an exact science. This is a 3D printer. It's not $1 million machine. It's a $200 machine off of Amazon with a couple of upgrades on it. You know, so it's not. You're not going to get the super high quality unless I want to turn around and make these prints last 24 hours for a box, and change the nozzle out to a 0.2 and print at a 0.1 resolution, and it's just not needed. So I took my name off of them. So, but if you want my name, every one of them gets stickers. So you can stick a sticker on the side of the box, Anyways, let me go back to, and I have enough lids for all of these boxes I have sitting on my bench. So hopefully, I got to get these things all boxed up tomorrow and try to get them to the post office on Wednesday. Majadia, however you say her name. I use PLA. ABS, I've never actually printed an ABS, but from what I understand, it has a pretty bad odor. And since I print all these inside my house, I don't really want to be sitting around the house smelling that stuff in the house. And I think if I started doing that, the old wife may be a bit upset having to sit around the house, smell a bunch of burnt plastic or whatever it smells like. I don't know. But I do use PLA, so. Yeah, well, I won't send out a Red Panda one. Those are one-off ones, so that's his own special one. Yeah, Jacob, I've seen somebody shared a link with me on it to where it'll print and then it's some other piece of software. It'll print, it'll program it to where I think you have to use like a Pi, Raspberry Pi, or use something. I can't remember what it was. And it'll print and then knock them off. You know, it'll let the bed cool down for X amount of time. And actually, the one bed that I have is really nice. And after it cools, you can actually hear it actually pop when it releases off the bed. And then it's not stuck at all whatsoever. But I do have one bed that doesn't release like that. It's a glass bed. And it's just like, almost just like the one that I have. But it just doesn't release for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it needs to be broke in or have some prints run on it. Maybe I need to scrub it some more. I don't know. But I actually kind of like it that way because I don't have to worry about lids curling on it, and I don't have to run a brim. The thing with these boxes, which is a little difficult at times, let's see. See this box here, I ran it with the real sticky bed, and I did not have to use a brim or anything on it, but for the bed adhesion. Some of my other boxes, that one's the same. This one here, I had to run a brim around it for the bed adhesion, and I had problems when I very first started making these boxes that these ears would try to curl, and I messed with bed heat, I messed with filament temperature, a bunch of different settings to try to get it to adhere without using a brim, and just could not get it to happen reliably. So I started using the brim. I cleaned the edges off, you know, and I've had somebody say get a like a deburring tool for metal, which it may or may not work. It breaks off pretty clean, and if you've got this sitting on the table anyway, you're not going to see it, you know. But try to get this thing as flat as possible so it will set flat and the ears don't curl. But the problem with my other bed being so sticky or so tacky, that G-code or that software they have programmed to actually to use the nozzle to knock this thing off, it won't do it on the one printer at all. So, but I also, you know, these things run 10.5 hours, so I basically start a print when I go to bed, and I start a print before I go to work. And a little bit of time in between, it's not that critical. So stay away from sticky bed. Well, no, it's not too porous. I have another bed that's exactly like it, and when it cools, it releases, and when this one cools, it does not release right away. And if I let it set for a couple hours, then it's pretty easy to actually get off, but it takes a long time. It has to basically totally cool. Now, my other bed I have that's just like it, that does release, I've had that bed for over a year. So, I don't care. I mean, like I said, I found what I like, and I know what works for me, so I stick with it. Some other guys may not like it. I have another bed that I've been trying. It works great for lids. Matter of fact, every one of these lids was printed on that other bed that I bought. It's a Hictop, H-I-C-T-O-P, I think is what it was. And it's actually nice. It comes out real nice finishes. The problem I've been having is every now and then it'll miss like one little layer around one of the holes for the outlet would get kind of boogered up. So it's not 100% like, it's not pretty, I guess, around just like the one hole. But if I wipe it down with alcohol in between every print, it doesn't have that issue. But because of this and this hole being for a screw, your screw head is going to cover up the hole anyway. So who cares what it looks like underneath the screw? It's just without the screw in it, you can see a couple of them are a little boogered up. I don't know if I have one. Yeah, that one's not. I mean, that here. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, this one here laid out nice and smooth. This one here, it tried to peel up a little bit. But like I said, once you put a screw in it, you're not really going to see it. I don't know if that one will cover it up. Yeah, see, once you put a screw in, you're not going to see it. This is actually too small of a screw anyways for the outlet. The outlet's going to use a little larger head, a little larger screw with a bigger head on it. Yeah, you can see it on this one here. You see how this one laid out real smooth, real nice right here. And then that one there kind of boogered up a little bit. But like I said, once you put a screw on it, you're not going to see it. So it's not that big of a deal. Anyways. Hey, Crypto Macau, what's going on, man? Print on wax paper? I've never tried that. Other than, the problem with wax paper doing something like that is you're gonna have to be changing in between every print, I bet. So I haven't messed with it. And I thought somebody asked about. Let's see. Stand up at one side, you can see the depth. Oh, the box itself. Well, wait a second though. Are you gonna like sit there and try to reference a dollar bill and try to copy my design? I mean, that's not right. There's the box. The box is here. I'll do this as I'm a nice guy. For those that are curious about it, I do have. Let's see where. Now these lids are pretty tight, so there's how the lid fits. All right. And for those who want to know, I'll get the old calipers out here. I got it set on millimeters right now, so the boxes are theoretically 65.7 millimeters. Probably call it 66 millimeters. It's something I have not ever done is check the accuracy from side to side. That's pretty dang accurate, ain't it? So now, for those who want to know, 101.7 should be 101 by 101, or close to 101 by 101. That's the size of the box. Now, for my American brethren, we'll switch this over to inches. And I do believe, yeah, a little over 2.5 inches. So, 2 inches, 589 thousandths. 586 thousandths. And this way, theoretically, I think, should be right at 4 inches. Yeah. So, when I designed this box, it was supposed to be a 4x4. So that gives you an idea of the resolution and the accuracy of these prints. 4 inches, 4 thousandths. That way. And 4 inches and look at that. Four inches and 5/10,000ths of an inch. So that gives you an idea of accuracy and dimensionally what these boxes are. I try to make them as small as possible, but yet still keep all the components in it. So that way I didn't have to worry about box being too big and kind of looking ugly. You know, everything kind of fits neatly in it, looks kind of compact and tight. I only know Freedom units. Yeah, well, I do both. You know, because of my my job, I work on aircraft, and so I work on Boeing products, and I also work on Airbus products. So on Boeing, I have to worry about SAE standard, and on Airbus, depending on what you're working on, is in millimeters. Rewire your network. And I'm rambling, huh? Well, gotta have something to talk about though, right? I can't sit here and just sit here and be quiet. Well, you guys just watch, right? Since you say you're a big aviation fan there, Daryl, how about a fun fact? I'll give you a fun fact on Airbus aircraft. Something I did not know about until about a year and a half ago I learned this. I've been in aviation working on aircraft for, let's see, I went to A&P school. I started in '94. So that puts me in the aviation industry basically since '94. So that's like 27 years. And fun fact, an Airbus A320, which I work on all the time, and I'm a structure guy, so I do structure work, or I used to anyways. The front half of the aircraft is built in France, and the back half of the aircraft is built in Germany. So when you're working structure work and you're trying to read a blueprint and the front half is in French and the back half is in German on the same airplane, on the same prints, and you talk about a pain in the butt. And everything's in metric, sort of. That was something else that I kind of shook my head. I'm scratching my head going, what were they thinking? It's, if you're going to do metric, everything should stay metric, right? I was doing a repair, and on this repair, they called out for a very specific measurement, 150 millimeters. So I was trying to lay out this repair in 150 millimeters. Then it said plus or minus like 0.05. And I'm thinking, okay, that's plus or minus 0.05 millimeters, right? Because everything else is in millimeters. The whole airplane's in metric. But I just wasn't sure what they were referencing, so I started going back through the drawings and the blueprint, and they said that all tolerances on that particular drawing were an SAE. So it was 150 millimeters plus or minus 50 thousandths. So I just threw me for a loop. I'm thinking, you got an aircraft that's built to millimeter spec dimensions, and everything's in metric and millimeters, but yet you've got my tolerances in SAE. And like, that is, how confusing can that get, you know? Cut fun apart because of metric AC conversion. yeah, well, that happens a lot too. Well, and it's not just necessarily the conversion, sometimes it's how parts are made. Hardware, matter of fact, for instance, there's a collar for a fastener, and the way the collar is made, or the nut is made, it's not machined, it's like a pressed, it's like a crimp type fastener, it's a piece of aluminum type fastener, but the way they're made, they're very, very inaccurate. So I ended up having to get one of those fasteners, go over to to the tool store and start going down through the aisle, and this is supposed to be a 1/4-inch nut, and I start going down through the aisle, you know, with all the standards, with all the really oddball size stuff, different brands of socket, trying to find a socket that would actually work with this nut specifically without stripping it off. And come to find out, I ended up getting a like 6mm socket or a 5.5mm socket, because it would actually fit without stripping the nut off, or stripping the shoulders off the nut. And it was one of those things that when we had issues with it, of course, it would always be in some critical area to where without, you have to go back and change it out. Well, once you strip it off, and now you're having to use since it's aluminum, I could do it, but I have a tool if we're cutting nuts off, collars off, and I was able to cut it off, but it's just creates that much more work for me. Or I go spend $3 on a cheap socket from Walmart or something. Oh, thanks, Orange Army. I'm just, I figure I sit here and do all this stuff anyways, by myself. Why not stream it, and then, a couple days a week anyways. I don't like leaving the stream on when I'm not here. I mean, knowing my luck, I could have a critter, like a cat or something like that, come in here and knock my camera off on the floor. And then I'll be walking through the house without any clothes on or something like that, and then I get my YouTube channel banned and removed, and so I don't like setting it up unless I'm here close by anyways. Get muted in chat. Yeah, I won't mute nobody. As long as you're not being a dick, I don't care. It's all about freedom of speech, right? I believe in the First Amendment. As long as you're not being a dick and being rude to somebody, being disrespectful, I don't care. You can say whatever you want. I typically cuss really bad, so I try to keep it a little cleaner since a bunch of people are watching. When I'm at work, though, it's a different story. Tell you, this is the most time-consuming part right here. Did you get your network ran, Daryl? 10 gigabit network? Or 10 gigabit wires made anyways? What did he say? His correct regulated new could be also sent to the web for you. To the server rack and office, most critical area, bedroom, living room. And you said so you got a 10 gigabit network in your house? So you're running it from the server rack to the office. Wow. I couldn't imagine having 10 gigabit network in the house. I mean, I don't necessarily use 10. I mean, for me, it'd be more of a novelty thing. It'd be kind of cool to have, but I don't necessarily need it. I don't push my network that hard. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're doing it new and you're running everything, might as well. Yeah, I don't blame you. I run a NAS. Red Panda Mining made fun of me when I told him what my NAS was, and yeah, it's a Linus Tech Tips special. So it's I got 8 hard drives in it with 2 cache drives, and I'm running LimeWire or Unraid. But the difference is I do not have standard hard disk drives in it. I have all Samsung 860 EVOs in it. So I got 8 Samsung 860 EVOs for my storage, mass storage, and then I have 2 250 gig 970 EVOs for my cache drives. Yeah, Unraid, yeah. Yeah, I've been real happy with it. I run 3 in my NAS. I have a Core i7 7700. I got 40 gigs of RAM in it, and I have, let's see, my 860 EVOs are all 500 gig. I got whatever the two drive redundancy, so I can lose 2 drives and not lose no data. So theoretically, I have 3 terabytes of backup, and with the SSDs in it, it'll saturate my 1 gigabit network and not even break a sweat, which is kind of fun to watch the data transfer on it. So yeah, I call it, that's my Linus Tech Tips special. But also on mine though, like I said, because I have the SSDs in it, when I built it, like I said a second ago, I have a Core i7 7700K, 40 gigs of RAM, and I run three virtual machines on it. I run 3 VMs on it, and 2 of them are a Linux VM, one for my ad pop-up blocker that I run, Pi-hole, and then I also have a Windows VM, and I also have another Linux VM. One Linux VM is one I use for controlling my network, and I run all Ubiquity stuff, good stuff. Oh yeah, I bet that's nice. Get to test everything at the house before you set it up, especially if you're testing some new hardware, something you haven't ever ran before, and you don't want to take it to, try to implement it on the business side and then have a catastrophic failure. That would kind of be a little rough. Unify. I got the Unify stuff. Yeah, I splurged for the expensive stuff. And then since because of where I live at, I ended up putting remote access points for my mother and father-in-law to have internet. So I run a remote access outside, and it's one of those little antennas. It's good for like 5 miles or something like that, and I run their Unify Protect firewall and all that stuff. So hopefully it does its job and does what it's supposed to. Keep my network safe anyways. They don't support multiple WAN IP addresses, so I have to run a different firewall. Hey, Boca Capello. Yeah, I don't see that kind of stuff. I'm not a network guy. That stuff is, I could probably learn it, but There's too many other people that know a lot more than I do. I just ask questions, and they tell me how to fix it. I'm a hardware guy. Software has never been my deal. My brain does not function that way. A lot of times I'll ask somebody that's a network guy about something, and I feel like a damn retard. Because the questions I'm asking, it's like I probably shouldn't have to be asking these questions because I should already know the answer. Yes, Orange Army, these boxes are all sold. I have a waiting list of about, I probably have 50 boxes pre-sold. And this is 24 of them sitting right here. So I got another 24 at least to make.
Find out how much you can save today. As someone once said, saving today is money tomorrow. That's deep.
Not available in every state. New customer savings based on early signing discount. That is an optional feature. Savings vary based on when you buy. Subject to terms and conditions. All still by Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Make quick online.
Now that's something that the wife and I had discussed, that I want to build a shop house at some point in time before I retire from my job. And that's one of those things that when I do build it, I'm going to pre-plan for a network in the house, and I want to run everything in the walls. I want to have outlets, everything. What do they call those things? Keystone outlets. I want to have everything ran in the house to start with, because I live in an old farmhouse. When this house was built, hell, they barely had telephones back then. So, of course, nothing's on the walls. So I've had to run everything up to the attic and drop it down through the ceiling, because I'm not going to try to figure out how to run it through the wall. So I drop it down through a corner of the ceiling, run it down the wall or something like that. Or I run Wi-Fi, which I don't like running Wi-Fi. The only thing in my house that's on Wi-Fi is, first, my cell phone, and my TV's not hardwired. I'd like for my TV to be hardwired, but it's not. But the funny thing is, because of where I live at, even though I do live in the country out in the sticks, and I do have farm animals, I have fiber optic internet. So I have gigabit internet, even though I live out in the woods. So a lot of people find it kind of funny that I have gigabit. Hates Wi-Fi, yeah. Other than to increase print time, warpage issues, and size limit of current printers, have you thought about doing 3-4? You know, I have. The printers that I have, the 3 little ones that I have right now, are not big enough to do 2. The print area is not big enough. I have another printer. Matter of fact, tonight or tomorrow, I need to take a picture of it and a video of it, and I gotta send it to Creality, because the wiring going to the heated bed shorted out on it, and it actually burn up the bed on it. So they're, I guess, they want my address and phone number, and they're gonna send me a new printer. And I kind of grumbled about them. I said, I haven't had this thing very long. I've only made a few prints on it, and it should not be doing this. I kind of went through some design ideas on my own, just from visually looking at it, that would probably help. And I don't know what they're going to do, other than they're going to replace it. So anyways, that printer, my other printer, is big enough I can actually print 4 of these boxes at one time. But I run into an issue of, if one of them messes up, it just screws the whole print up. Because it doesn't print one box and then go to the next box and go to the next box. It will print one layer of this box, and then the next layer of this box, and the next layer of this box, and the next layer. And so if one of these boxes mess up, then let's say, the front right one messes up, then the other 3 will probably come out okay, but that one that messes up, it'll still keep trying to print over that area, And so now you're just wasting filament. So for the amount of time in between changes, it's not worth trying to do 3 or 4 at one time. Because if one messes up, that's all gets messes up. It's just the one box. And if it messes up early, depending on where it was at in the print, I'd stop it, pop it off, throw it in the trash, and start over and fix it. So I try to watch that first couple, 2 or 3 layers. Matter of fact, I have a couple of boxes here. I've already put brass inserts in them. I think, yeah, I already inserted the one of them. Anyways, I have a couple of boxes sitting here that my power went out, and my 3D printers have a resume function, and the resume function is not perfect. So there's a little line. It's like a little line in it that you can see that's real noticeable, and you can actually feel it. It's because when it recentered everything up to restart, it was just a little bit off, or just a little bit too low on the Z-axis, something. It was just a little bit different. I mean, that's kind of why I say these printers are $200-300 printers off of Amazon. They're not, $1 million outfits. They're not CNC Hosmio machines. They're not. I mean, they're $300 at most. For the small one, anyways. The one I have, the version 2 are $300 on Amazon. My OG printer is $210 on Amazon. $100 megabits a second, really? Wow. Yeah, I got real fortunate with the internet because our power company is the one that actually made the investment on running fiber optic on all their power lines. So they ran fiber optic all through the area out here. I was on a waiting list. Took about that 9 months roughly from when I prepaid to have it to get it before they got out here to install it. And it runs fiber all the way to the back of the modem. Now, I wish I had a different modem than the one they gave me. I don't really like it, but I mean, it works. I have it ran into my Unify firewall, so the modem has a firewall, then my Unify also has a firewall, so but yeah, like I said, the gigabit internet's been nice. It's been real nice. Thanks, Brain Coin. Yeah, well, they are kind of fun to watch. I don't know, quality wise, I could make these things look cleaner, I guess, if I really wanted to. But then your print time gets really long, really ridiculous. Oh, you did all the yeah, I've never done that. I've never with my printers, Daryl, I've never I just use a micro SD card. I don't have them hooked up to the computer. I think my version 2s are supposed to be able to hook straight up. I don't care. I copy over to micro SD card and let them run. Now, the version 2s actually come with the silent board, and it comes with the Meanwell power supply, so it's a lot better unit. But my OG one that I've had, my original Ender 3, I've had it for almost 2 years now. I've never actually did any upgrading with that kind of stuff. I did the Capricorn tube. I changed out the extruder feed roller and stuff to an all metal one. Changed out the bed leveling springs. I do that on all my printers, the bed leveling springs. Other than that, I haven't messed with messed with it. I haven't changed any of the steppers. I haven't changed. I do have a main board for it. I have sitting over here on my table, the silent board, and it's supposed to be a direct replacement board. But I have not messed with it because, well, I got too many other things to do. Techman, how much power does it pull? Well, if it's heating up from the start, you got the bed heater going and you got the nozzle going. My OG ender will pull approximately 275 watts while it's heating up. And then once it gets hot, of course, the nozzle heating element will fluctuate. It'll go from like, if I have it set at 200 degrees centigrade, it'll drop to like 199, and it heats up to like 202. So it keeps a 2 to 3 degrees centigrade variance. The bed will drop from, if I have the bed set at like 55, it'll drop to like 54, 53, 54. Then heat back up to 56, 57. That's also probably a 2 or 3 degrees centigrade swing. So once it gets heated, then it just on, off, kicking everything on and off. But maximum power, like I said, it'll pull about 275 watts. My big one, though, I don't know. I'd have to say it's probably going to be in the neighborhood of, since it is a larger heated bed. The nozzle's the same, but the bed itself, I bet it probably pulls 350 watts. If I had to put a number on it, ballpark.
You love listening to your favorite artists, and we love listening to you. So,
all right.
Click now to take part in our short survey, and you could win a month of gloriously uninterrupted music with Spotify Premium. That means you can enjoy all your favorite artists ad-free.
Don't need 10G the printer. No, you don't.
To do is hit the pay now for your chance to win.
$10G to the 3D printer is a little, yeah, that's a bit overkill. Seeing how an average 3D file, I think the largest 3D printer file that I have is probably like 5,000 kbs or kilobytes or something like that. It's not even a meg. I mean, they're freaking tiny. Looks like I'm gonna have to order some more hardware here. I just ordered a big batch, but I'll have enough inserts for about 10 more boxes, I think. I'll have to remind myself to do that later tonight. What am I doing? Oh. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm goofing off. With everyone watching. Alright? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I got a soldering iron. I have a brass tip on it. Somewhere in my drawer has some extra ones. I don't know what I did with them. Anyways, it's a brass tip on a soldering iron, and for the screws on the meter box to hold the lids down, these are 3mm by 10mm long, and I put a 3mm brass insert, and I use this special brass tip right here. You can buy these on Amazon, and you unscrew the soldering iron, put the tip on it, and then you can install brass inserts. I come across these when I very first started making those 3D printed ITX computer cases, and I made the first couple cases that I made. I did not use the brass inserts. Actually, the first, let's see, on mine I didn't use it. The one I shipped to Panda I did not use. I shipped one to Orly. I did use the brass inserts, and I did 2 of them to somebody else in Canada. One was for his grandma for his birthday or something, and one was for somebody else's birthday. And I started using all these brass inserts. So I got 2 different sizes. These are M3s. I got the M4s. And just to give some rigidity, because it's just plastic. I mean, yeah, theoretically, the way this box was originally designed, I can use my tap right here, and I can thread this plastic insert where it'll go screw in right here. But you put any kind of pressure on it, and they just pop off. So for a little, especially since I'm selling them, for a little extra security, I wanted to go ahead and put the brass inserts in these plastics. And the insert itself, if you look at it, it has these gnarled edges on it. Yeah, and don't mind my gross thumbs. I am a mechanic, so my thumbnails don't grow right. Anyways, you can see the little gnarls on there and that little groove in the center. So when you melt the plastic, it squishes up around all those gnarls, and then it gets in that center right there, so it doesn't move in or out, and it doesn't twist. So and they hold pretty well. I was surprised when I started doing these how well they actually hold. And we're almost done with this part of it, and then I'll clean them up and put the lids on them. What we got going on here? Hard work. Yeah, well, I'm not working that hard. Come on now. Let's see. So they put attention to detail parts like this. I wonder if he's going to get the tooling made to injection. No, I'm not going to do injection molded. Come on now. I mean, I don't think there's enough popularity to these things to justify the investment, something like that. I'm not that motivated to keep making these things. I figure here in a couple weeks I'll be all caught up with these things, and I won't have any more orders, and I'll have a couple of 3D printers silent. I have 4 3D printers total. But the problem is, my initial prototype box was from a box from Lowe's. So I guess if they really wanted to get stinky about it, they could come back on me and say I copied a box. I copied a square box. I used it as my prototype box to make sure how small I could get it without 3D printing one, to see get all the parts inside. So I mean, I've made enough changes to it. I guess it's probably, I don't think something like that would be copyrighted, but I don't know. I used it as a model. I designed my own lid, and I designed the hole in it and everything else, but Boca Capello, you can go to my Discord. I don't know if I have it in the description of this video. You can find it in some of my other videos, in the description for Discord, and US only. I don't ship outside the United States unless you're in Canada and you're willing to pay the extra shipping. I did have one person that I shipped to. They are outside the United States, but they have some like drop service type thing. And it gets shipped to a P.O. box drop service, and then they pay the extra shipping and all the other stuff to ship it out of the country. So other than that, that's the only time I've ever dealt with anything other than Canada. My iron's still on. Nope. That one done yet? Get close. Gives me a good indication of how long I've been sitting here. I started that one print over there when I went to go finish a couple of chores, and then it's still running, so it's been about 2 hours since I started the stream. Four more. What state am I in? Well, I'm in the sit down and be lazy state right now. Let's see here. Oh, this printer's done now. There we go. Another lid done. Out of the stack. Oh, the only thing I haven't done, there's a couple orders I got to get out. I have not done any 110 lids. I have one being done over there, and I got a couple over here that I'm just gonna give them away because the print didn't come out properly. So the 110 lids I have, I'm just gonna, the people that are in the order. Somebody wanted like 2 of them, 2 or 3 of these. I'm just going to give them these lids. They're going to have to do a little massaging on the inside, I think, to get the meters to fit properly, but you have to do that anyways. So those will get sent out with 110 orders. Alright, get the last 4 boxes done. This second, I'll get you a Discord link. I gotta roll over to my computer just a second. Let me, Alright, that's my Discord link right there. What else is going on in the world? You guys didn't listen to me talk. I'd ask any questions or anything like that? What we got going on? Staying warm. I don't know how much you guys been following some of the stuff on Facebook, but I guess the power companies are shutting people's power off every so often. Because of the snowstorms and stuff. Apparently a lot of the wind turbines in Texas and stuff are all froze up and cold, and they've been shut down, so they don't have enough power being produced. So they're turning people's electricity off for about an hour at a time on different banks or different distribution stations and stuff. You know, they're getting the power turned off. To me, I think that's kind of crappy. I know everyone wants this solar power and they want this clean energy, but I don't care what you do, nothing's clean. I mean, you got windmills. I mean, how much plastics and carbon fiber and fiberglass and resins and how much that goes into making a windmill. And now people are out of power because windmills are really susceptible to weather conditions. Where we're at, we're on a hydroelectric dam, so, and we don't ever have power issues unless it's an ice storm and the power line breaks to my house. That's it. Yeah, Daryl. Yeah, no. I don't know. I mean, I don't mind the windmills, but it can't be your only source. I mean, when you got a wind farm that gets shut down, and you got to start limiting the amount of electricity people use, especially in a situation where they're trying to keep their house warm and keep their kids warm, and because it's so cold outside, that's a huge deal, man. I mean, I don't know what the perfect situation is. I mean, you got nuclear power. That's extremely dangerous, I suppose. Dams block off rivers and streams. That's not, not always the best. But when it comes to flood control, dams typically prevent floods. Windmills are supposed to be the next big thing, but now you start getting into, I mean, they have a lifespan. I mean, what are you gonna do with all those windmills when they scrap them out? You can't recycle them. I mean, geez, I don't know what the answer is. Yeah, I don't know, Tech Man. Me too. I've always that's one of those things that they don't ever want to discuss. They don't want to talk about how many gallons of oil does it take to make a Tesla, start to finish. How many gallons of petroleum does it take to make a windmill, a wind turbine? To me, that's I don't know. I'd be like, and that's one of those questions that I don't think they'll ever tell you. I guess a good example, you want to start talking about individuals or people being environmentally safe or green, airline industries. Because I do know a little bit about airlines, about aircraft. And the airline that I work for, at one point in time, we did not paint our airplanes. And that was kind of one of the things about my airline that I work for. That was one of the big bragging points. They were trying to do what they can do to save money and save fuel, because it was environmentally friendly and good for the company and good for the people, right? There was the numbers. I don't remember the exact numbers. It's approximately on a 737 on a small narrow-body aircraft. It would take approximately 300 to 350 pounds of paint to paint one airplane. On a large aircraft like a 777, something to that nature, it was closer to 1,000 pounds, I think, of paint. And the way aircraft work is when you're flying them, all that extra weight counts for more fuel burn. And with the airline that I worked for, having aircraft that were not painted, that was one of their cost-saving ideas, was to not paint the aircraft. We polished them, and they saved like hundreds of millions of dollars, in fuel costs, or hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't remember what the exact numbers was, but somebody got the bright idea that, well, we got to keep all the airplanes looking the same, and because the 787s are carbon fiber and they have to be painted, and the Airbus airplanes, that's something that they do, that they don't, I cannot remember what the reasoning was, but there's some reason that Airbus does not paint their airplanes, or it has to require their airplanes to be painted. So our management decided that we're just going to paint everything. So screw the fuel savings, screw the money savings, and screw the environment. So we can put a pretty paint job on the side of an airplane. Oh yeah, I knew that nuclear power plant. That was kind of a big deal. When I lived in Arizona, we had the Palo Verde power plant, and I'm assuming it's still running. I haven't. Oh wait, actually, think about that. I think it might actually shut down. I thought one of them did. I had an uncle, a great uncle. He used to work for him. He was some engineer or something, operator for the Palo Verde power plant. There's another one over in Arkansas. Last time I knew. I mean, think about it. I guess a nuclear power plant is good enough for the military. All the submarines are nuclear powered. Well, not all of them, but some of them. I was watching a deal about one of the Mars rovers, the new one, Perseverance or whatever. I can't remember what the name it was. It supposedly has a nuclear powered system in it for why it's on Mars. Alright, that'd be it. Those are all done. Now, oops, I need that. I can get rid of this. Now, what I do, some of you guys who are watching the other video have seen what's going on, but I'll use my little drill motor. I just want to clean out the plastique. And then I come back with this one. There it goes. That plastic chunk stuck in that one. My tap wasn't biting. There it goes. All right. do that. Like I said, some of these lids are a little tight. Do that. Get my handy dandy iFixit. Anybody works for iFixit, give me a sponsorship. If they give me tools, I give them away. Because I already have iFixit set, so why would I keep them? Give me free stuff, I give them away. Yeah, I kind of agree, Brandon. Brandon Coyne. I think small hydro dams would be better, would be a lot more efficient personally. I mean, you don't have to have a great big massive dam with, 16 turbines and, something like the Hoover Dam. You don't need anything like that. But have something that's small and more efficient for smaller communities and use it as to subsidize the larger stuff to kind of feed from multiple. That way, if you have one goes down, you still have power coming from other places. Kind of everything kind of feeds. I mean, aircraft do the same thing. A lot of people don't realize on just about any aircraft, you have minimum 3 power sources. 3 power sources on the airplane. You have an APU, which is an auxiliary power unit, has a electric turbine, jet power electric turbine, that has a electric generator on it. That generator on small airplanes like a 737 can power the entire aircraft with that one generator. Each engine also has an electric generator, so there's 3 generators on that airplane for electric power. So if one system fails, you have a backup. Second system fails, you still have a third backup. Hydraulic systems are the same way. They have 2, if not 3 hydraulic systems, and then on some of them they'll have 3 hydraulic systems. Then they have a emergency electric, like a alternate hydraulic system. So some of the aircraft will have 4 different hydraulic systems in them. So they could do that with the hydro dams if they built small ones, and then you have small ones for different communities and stuff like that all feed into the same power distribution. So I mean, it could be done. I mean, it's an idea. I'm sure somebody's somebody actually maybe thought of it, maybe not, I don't know. Kind of goes back to the efficiency of stuff, I guess. And power companies, they're in business to make money, not necessarily supply you power. So fish fillets. Oh yeah, hydro with the fish bypass. Yeah, but certain areas though, I don't think you need the fish bypass because certain areas they don't have migratory fish. So I guess if you got into the salmon runs and stuff like that, I don't know though. I mean, because a lot of that stuff is beyond any kind of education level that I got. I'm just an average guy, average education. Went to technical trade school, some college. So I'm not as smart as some and smarter than others. Yeah, we actually have here close to me, we actually have a coal power plant. They get trains, coal trains, and there'll be 100 cars, and that's all it is coal. No, I'm not drilling out the screw holes. What I'm doing is I'm drilling the excess plastic that when you melt these brass inserts in, the excess plastic gets up into the thread area. So I'm drilling out the excess plastic. I'm not getting into the threads. Here's the drill bit. Here's the threads. Here's the insert. I mean, there's lots of room on it. I don't know how well you can see that wiggle. So I'm drilling out the excess plastic, and then I go back with my tap and I clean them out so that the screws will go in. Oh boy. Got too many boxes. Oh, okay. You're gonna put some inserts in? Piece of cake. Yeah, it's not. The first few times I did the inserts, I tried to. I had my iron, my soldering iron turned up too high, so it would actually. It would actually melt the. It's kind of hard to see. I mean, you can see how these are put in there. I mean, and if you get it too hot, the plastic around the top of the insert would get a lot hotter than like the bottom, so it would kind of like squish out a lot. And then if you didn't get it hot enough and you put pressure on it, it would actually concave the top in. So I kind of play with the temperatures. For me, with what I'm doing, about 275 on my iron kind of seems about sort of, I guess, the right spot. But with what you're doing and what you have, I don't know what you printed with or what the brand of filament you use might be a little different. So I just had to play with the temperatures. I don't put a lot of pressure on them. When I'm putting them in, I'll put a little bit of just downward pressure on it and kind of let the iron itself just kind of melt down in it. So and a minute ago I was sitting and I was talking to you guys about the auto restart. And when this printer auto restarted, it left a little bit of a groove. It's kind of, I mean, if you're looking at it like this, you probably can't see it very well. I'm trying to look at my camera. Man, where's the best day? Man, I don't know if you guys can even see that or not. Anyways, it's right here. There's a little bit of a groove right here. It runs all the way around. It's not, it kind of bulges out. And then it looks like maybe one or two layers. Got a little wider, like maybe the nozzle was too close to this bottom layer. I mushroomed out a little bit. I mean, it don't look bad. And physically, with the naked eye, you can see it. Catch it in the right light, you can't see it. In the right light, you can. Put your hand on it, you can feel it. But other than that, there's nothing wrong with it structurally. It's just the auto restart just doesn't. It's not quite perfect. But what do you expect for a $200 printer off of Amazon? Crypto cloaks. Okay. Did you make your? Is it my file or did you make your own box? I don't remember. I've gave the file to a few people, and a few people have found where it's at. The ones that have their own printers. Oh. I've never heard that one before, Daryl, about the Native Americans. I know when I lived in Arizona and Colorado, I've gone hiking a lot when I was a kid, and we would come upon ruins and stuff that people don't know about. Just out in the middle of the desert, you know. It's not any kind of there won't be no signs on it, there won't be nothing. There's just some ruin out in the middle of the desert. And I know you get up around Colorado, up Mesa Verde, the Native Americans up there, they had it's kind of an ingenious system, but you know, they built their city or their structures up inside of a mountain, side of like rock faces and stuff, up the rocks. Well, the only way to get to them was to climb the rock, and they built a walk path up into the rocks, and you had to walk up it in a very specific order with your feet, you know. So you had to go up like step by step, you know, like right foot, left foot, left foot, and then at this point you got to turn, and then you go right foot, and then you turn, and left foot, right, and left. I mean, there's like a very specific pattern that you had to use to get up to it, and if you didn't, you'd get like crossed up and potentially fall off the rocks. And it was like a safety feature, like, you know, back then. It was kind of cool. I've actually, when I was a kid, we went up there on a tour of that place because I lived there, and we got to go up the rock pass, and one of the tour guides were like, yeah, you know, you need to, you know, this is how you do it, and told us what the combination was. Oh, PSU mount, okay. Yeah, I've seen some of those. Somebody on one of the Thingiverse that had a PSU mount that they designed for server PSUs. I haven't made one, but too busy making these things right now. I'm running out of room on my bench here. Where do I stack stuff? Well, the problem with that, Daryl, is the fact that you don't see. You only see the one bench. Problem is, in my computer room, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 benches in my computer room, and you just see one. The one next to me has a 3D printer on it. The one next to that has my computer. The next one to that has a 3D printer and my cat's bed. one next to that has a 3D printer and has my reloading press. And the one next to that has my server, has my NAS, and has a little area for a second computer. So bench space is a little limited right now. I need more benches. Or a bigger room, actually. Yeah, I use the benches from Sam's Club. Butcher block top. Hardwood butcher block tops. You can probably see that there. The one that I'm using right now is 4 foot wide, 2 foot deep. Some of my other benches are much wider. They're 6 foot. Oops, I already did that one. So some of them are adjustable. Got 6 foot. The ones I'm on now, they have it has the backstop with a built-in light. And then I also use LED lights. I got LED lights, shop lights hanging from the ceiling in here. I had some pictures that I made, or that I took a while back. You can actually go to Red Panda's Discord, and if you go all the way back to sometime, man, year and a half ago, he has pictures of my setup before I dirtied all the workbenches. Basically when I first got the room done. Yeah, butcher top blocks. Butcher top. They're wooden bench or wooden tables. We call them butcher block tops. Wolf photos, huh? I'll be done in maybe 15-20 minutes or so. Okay. Let's see. You said something about hanging a wolf photo? What'd you say? Wolf photos are hanging. See, because of me being from Arizona, I've always in Colorado, the mountains. I grew up in the Colorado Rockies and the Arizona and the desert. So I always have photos like this around. This is my I found this at like an art festival type thing. So this is aspen trees with some gray wolves. I had this picture for a long time, probably 15 years. Or I guess a painting or a proof or whatever they call them. I don't know. Getting close. Hey, Donnie B, what's going on there, bud? Hey, Grit 69. I keep forgetting the meaning to ask you. Is that 69 Ford F100? Does that mean that's a pickup truck that you actually own or still have, or what? Getting close. Used to own, huh? Okay, 79. 79 now. My father, when I was a kid, had a 69 F100. It was his farm truck when he did customized farming out in Arizona. He pulled it behind the old bell wagon. And then he would leave the bell wagon parked at the field. And then during the week, and then he would flat tow the pickup behind it. Then drove the truck home every day from the field. And then on Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, he would bring the bell wagon back to the house and flat tow the truck. And then on Sundays, all he did was maintenance. Kept that equipment running because, you know, broken down equipment is costing you money. It's not making you money. That was our livelihood back then. Wish I still had that old pickup though. Oh, I lived in Parker, Arizona when I was little. Or, well, until second grade. And then I moved to Rimrock, Lake Montezuma area over by Sedona. I still have family out there. My brother still lives in Tucson, so I go out there not as often as I'd like to, but every few years I try to make it out there. Salute to all the Hondaroos. We got a Boosted Boy fan in the house or what? I like the Boosted Boys. I like watching their videos. They're alright. Makes me want to K-swap something. You know, those 67, yeah, you know, man, a few years ago I found a guy selling one of those, it was like a, don't get me lying to you, but it was like a 78 camper special. Well, that's what he called it anyways. It was root beer brown, long bed, had the camper in the bed, you know, the actual, you know, camper in the bed of the truck, the big camper. One owner, he bought it new. It had, supposedly, it had like 60 or 70,000 original miles. I mean, that thing was super nice truck. I found out in Oregon, and I almost bought it. Well, I tell you what, I was really kicking it around if I should go buy that truck and drive it home. I mean, the guy had, you know, like in the pictures, he showed all the maintenance records. It was some retired guy that bought the truck for, you know, the family camper and whatever, you know, type setup. And man, it was nice. I should have went and bought it. Yeah, well, there's a lot of those vehicles, man, I hate to get rid of, you know? Or ones you wish you still had. Rogue Tech Geek, not too far from you, huh? Oh, yeah, he probably down in Tucson somewhere. I love Arizona. I miss Arizona a lot. Miss the desert. Yeah, the desert was always a good time for me, though. I'll tell you, between doing a little off-roading stuff and hunting and just miss the mountains. Yeah, see, me. I always hated talking to my dad, man. Anytime you start talking cars with my dad used to be an auto mechanic / machinist, auto machinist, built engines and stuff. When we lived in Parker, Arizona, he built engines and stuff for all the speedboats, powerboats. Because out there on the Colorado River, they ran drag racing out there, or boat racing, whatever you want to call it, out there. And with him being a machinist and auto mechanic, these guys would come in with a truckload of money, or a big old handful of money, and blow their motor up. So he ended up having to rebuild these motors and stuff for him, and that was just happened all the time, you know. So spent a lot of time out there on that river. But we had a CJ, I don't know what model that thing was. It would have been like a 70-something model, early 80-something model, and we would go play in the desert with, played in the sand dunes and stuff like that. Let's see here. I kind of revamped my lid design a little bit. This is the first one right off the press. I wanted to, over on the sticky plate, I wanted to see if the lettering quality was going to look like. Actually came out pretty nice. I did make the lid just a tad bit thinner. It doesn't necessarily interfere with the plugs on the 220 outlets, but I wanted to just make it a touch thinner. So this is the first one on revision number, I don't know, a lot. And I haven't actually fitted anything in it yet. Oh yeah. I can show you real quickly. When I originally made these, I wanted these have some rigidity to them, strength-wise. So I made them a little bit thicker, and they're like 6 millimeters thick, or 1/4 of an inch thick. I dropped them to 5 millimeters on this lid here, and it made the outlet basically flush. This one over here, the outlet will set just a tad bit recessed. And from my experience with the plugs and stuff, it doesn't affect it any. Doesn't hurt it none. You can still plug in and twist it. I've never had an issue with it, so I've just kind of left it that way for a long time. But I did take this one, like I said, I did change it just a little bit, made it a little bit thinner, and looks a little nicer. You know, these designs are always changing, so always change on the fly. Face up. Well, I can't print it face up. If I print it face up, I got a ridge right here in the back, and this ridge is what locks the plate into the box. You know, so it doesn't slide, so it's not sliding around. See, if I printed it flat without this ridge, now the lid, you know, slides around, and I wanted that ridge in there on these plates so that when you click it in here, it don't move. Solid. So, I mean, I guess theoretically I can print it this way if I wanted to,
But then I got to come in here and put some, yeah, what you call that stuff? Supports underneath it and stuff, and it's just not worth it. But I do like the new lid. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna hold on to that one. All right, let's start doing some screwing. Y'all gonna watch me screw? PG version. I want to make one of these when I get my own mining rig in the garage. Rigged for her pleasure. Hell yeah. I don't know who the her is, but just don't tell the wife anyways. She might not agree. Like I said, some of these lids are going to be tight. I just don't like this box. I'm going to have to I guess I'll have to use this box for a giveaway, because this is one of the boxes that did the resume print, and when the power went out, I needed like 15 more minutes. I'll show you in just a second when I put the lid on it. The print, when it resumed, you can see the gap right here, and when it resumed, it kind of mushroomed this top a little bit, so it just doesn't look very nice. Either I'll sell it at cost and just send it to somebody, or I'll use it as a giveaway box. Probably just a giveaway box. Let me just set this one over here to the side. Damn. I got the shakes tonight. I need food. I'm getting hungry. Wife's in there at the oven going. She thinks she's going to make a pizza tonight, so just about done. Once I get all these lids put on, I'll be done. I'll turn the stream off, and I got a bunch of filament rolls I got to change, I think. I think I can get one more. Yeah, let me start that one. Looks good to you. And I don't know, I had somebody complain the other day about the quality wasn't that good, and then asked to be moved up the list. So, because there was a flaw in it. And I'm like, I'm not moving anybody up the list because there's a flaw in the print. Can't figure out how many you need. All right, let me. All right. Whole bunch of lids. Yeah, I mean, there can be. I mean, I try my best to make sure there's no flaws in them. But a lot of times, the guys that are asking for, which I don't think I'm going to do it anymore. Unless it's somebody that I know. I just don't have time to sit down and try to do the CAD drawing and whatnot. But I've been doing some custom logos instead of putting my name on them. Like Red Panda and and whatnot. I've been doing some of that, but I've had some issues with the quality of the prints coming out, and if I'm not willing to sell it, you know, I'm not gonna. I just don't feel comfortable sending something off that looks like crap. I mean, certain things like this box with the little ridge on it, you know, that don't look too bad. It's not noticeable. But when you start getting into the boxes with the logo don't look right, you know, especially if some of these guys are YouTubers and they want their logo on the box, you know. Now it's they're gonna tell everybody where they got it from, and it looks like crap. One of the ones that really messed up, which there again, once you put a screw and stuff in it, you're not gonna be able to see it. But this one here, you can see where the first couple of passes with the printer popped loose on the plate and slid over. So it's a little bit flawed, but once you put a screw on it, you're not going to see it anyway. So something like that, I don't really care about. I'll ship it. I mean, people got to understand this. This is a $200 Amazon printer. You really can't complain a lot of time with the quality, but some people do though. I mean, you can see how these boxes fit, how tight these lids fit, you know. And when I designed this box, I designed this lip right here. I want it as tight as I can get it to this, but still go together. So some of them are going to be a little tighter than others, and you got to force them together. I mean, you can hear it. You can hear these things clicking together, and they snap together in there. Some will be a little tighter than others, you know, because every printer is different. So all these lids are printed on one printer, and the boxes are printed on two separate printers. So everything's going to be a little bit different. Not buying anything else in print. I'm not gonna. So yeah, well. All right. Let's get some of these done here. Yeah, well. I don't think the guy was necessarily complaining. He was just kind of letting me know, like maybe I missed it. I don't know. I don't take it personal. I just try to make this as flawless as possible, with the best quality as possible. And when it comes to the logos on stuff, several of them I have not really been happy with. Just personally, I haven't been happy with. So if I can alleviate one flaw to where I can get these things out and they look nice, then I'll do it. And that's what I did with the removing the logo. Yeah, just a second, Nick. And something else, when you guys, depending on who's here and not here and who hasn't got, I mean, you might think about on these boxes, and if you design and make your own, make sure that when you put these things together, you don't over tighten these screws. I mean, you got to understand they are plastic; they're not metal. So, I've seen a couple of pictures, and guys are showing the boxes that they put together, they made, printed their own, or they have one of my boxes and they crank down on these screws, and you can see where it crushed, especially right in this area right here where the outlet is. You can see where it kind of crushed into the box, into these lids, you know. And those, like I said, it's just plastic. You gotta be careful. There is infill in them, so there's a little bit of gap inside these lids, and you put screws in them. Be careful, you don't want to crush them. I'll run them all the way down until they basically touch, and then I give them about a quarter turn, maybe. If that, maybe eighth of a turn. For what it is, I mean, they don't have to be real tight. Just tight enough so it don't move. No, I did not actually. I kind of sort of BBT did his own out of a metal box. I'm pretty sure he did his own out of a metal box. I don't know what it is. The guy that did his PCE meter, I've talked to him and designed my meter after his. Now I've had some quality issues with the readings on it, so I don't know. I need to sit down one day when I got some time and kind of refigure it out and figure what the hell's going on with it. But I know but BBT has a box that's a metal one that he built, somebody built for him, I don't know. But basically it's the box, they use a metal plate to cut the lid out, put an outlet in it, and put the meter in it. Well, you can use your torque wrench. If you use one that does like inch pounds and do it at like 5 inch pounds, sure. Put a 10 inch pounds on it, probably alright. I have a torque wrench. I can bust it out. I mean, if you really feel spunky, I guess you can grab a impact gun and give it like two Ugga-Dugs. Oh yeah. Well, those injected molded ones are solid. That was this lid will actually fit a injected molded box. The ones from Lowe's, I forgot what the box number is. The box looks very similar to my box. It'll have the ears and stuff on it, just like my box. And if I remember correctly, I don't have one. I mean, I do, but it's being used. And it has a different lid on it. But if I remember correctly, these lids will fit those boxes. Half Ugga-Dugga. I don't think even a half would be too much on these things. Yeah, my OG box that I cut the hole in, I cut this hole, and I kind of designed this box around. I actually have it inside of my server rack that I use. I have a 12U server rack that I have my router, my battery backup, and everything in there. My network switch, everything's in it. I have one of these, my OG boxes in it, with everything plugged into it. So I know how much power it's using. Alrighty, we almost done. Get close. I got another lid done. I can go look at it. It's a 110 lid. I gotta have some 110. I have not printed any 110 ones in a while. As you can tell, these are all 240 amp lids, or plates, or cover, or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, I got a Radio Shack box that I made a hot wire foam cutter with. Oh, excuse me. I'm not even sure where the hell it's even at now. It's out in my shed somewhere. That's kind of what my original box is with my PCE meter. I made one and I sent it to Panda, Red Panda. I have another one, but I haven't ever finished it. I made a video on how to put it together and stuff like that, and hooked up one of the meters, but never actually truly finished the whole thing. I just haven't been motivated enough to do it. Can you buy a meter? No, I won't sell you. Well, okay, I'll sell you just a meter. And if you want an entire unit, I won't sell it. Hey Stratos. Yeah, Scar, I'll sell a box and a lid. That's all I sell. And you get a choice of lid. You want a 220 be an L6-30R locking, or you want a 110, a square 110 outlet one. That's all I sell. I will not sell a whole unit. I had one individual request that I send him the actual meter that I use in these boxes that I designed this box for, which, okay, fine, I did that. But he supplies his own outlet, and he supplies his own wiring, his own cable, and everything else. I will not sell them complete. The boxes are $20 plus approximately $10, well, plus $10 in shipping. I don't sell the whole unit complete because of liability issues. If I screw up and the box catches fire, or if the box catches fire because you put 50 amps through a 30 amp outlet, it's a liability issue. I will not sell a complete unit, because I can't afford to be sued because somebody don't. I've already had one individual run almost 30 amps through a 30 amp outlet and then come back asking questions if it was safe or not. So for liability issues, like I said, I will not. I won't do it. I don't want to be responsible if something happens and house burns down or catches fire or something. I'm not gonna do that. What did I do with the... that's the crappy one over there. I'm going to make sure I found the crappy one. But I got one more that's not as bad. This one's okay. Yeah, I have links to the power cord that I use. I had somebody who was actually an electrician, or used to be an electrician. Grit 69, it'd be over on my Discord page. So go to Discord, put your name on the list. It'll be meter box order page on my Discord. Put your name at the bottom of the list, and I will acknowledge that I got it, and then I will contact you via DM that the box is ready. What colors can I print? Well, I like printing them in black, mainly because it's just easier that way. I can print whatever color I have available. I got to do couple of custom boxes for a couple of people. I've been trying to get through this roll of black filament before I switched over. So they're kind of up the list first. So I got to figure out what printer I'm going to use for that. And then at some point in time, I got to switch over and do some red for Panda. Actually, Panda wanted some more boxes, not necessarily whole units, because he already has the meters and outlets, but he wanted to convert some of his stuff over to the boxes. So I got to print 3 or 4 of these for him. Oh, lordy, lordy. We're getting close. I smell my dinner's getting done too. Alright, look. I got extra lids. I like it a lot. Come on now. This one's tight. There it goes. High voltage got in with low voltage? That's not good. That can cause catastrophic failures. I need Pilates. I don't need to exercise. What are you talking about? What did I do with? Yeah. Still got 20 people watching, really? Man, you guys must not have nothing to do on a Monday night, huh? Monday night and a holiday. Heat relay, contact and melee relay. Oh, that's not good. Did it actually just like burn up and kick a breaker on it? I'm hoping anyways. I mean, I used to have an old Goodman heating system, air conditioning, back when I was in my other house. Oh wow, yeah, my old heating air system in my old house, it was a Goodman unit, and the way those things were, they were very notorious for burning up the main control board, and about once a year I'd have to replace the main control board. It was summertime, winter, or it didn't matter. It just at some point in time it would just crap out, and I always kept an extra one on hand. And when it crapped out, I would turn around and go buy another one. So I always had it on hand. I got to the point I could change that board out in about 10 minutes. I've done it so many times. That's good. That's good to fuse pop.
10% off your first purchase of a domain or website.
Quality multi-filament MMU. I've never messed with that grits. I've never the multi-filament. I'm assuming that's like a multi-filament head where you can run multiple extruders on the system. Oh no, I never. You know, those boards were cheap enough, Tech Man, that I just threw them in the trash and replaced them. I didn't try to repair the board or anything like that. Them boards were, they were like $65 or $75. I mean, it's like, you know, what's the point? And yeah, they were some super cheap China made, whatever hell those things were. Almost 11 more screws and I'll be done for the night with these anyways. I got a couple of box up. I'm waiting for replies back from the other people that ordered. If I don't hear anything back from them until say tomorrow, I'll move on down the list to the next people. So I'm about, so you guys that just put a little order in down there at the bottom, I'm about probably 2 weeks or so from getting these boxes out to you. So roughly I can do about 20 to 25 a week, I guess, with my current production. Let's see, got one on my Ender 3, allows 4 filaments, great multicolor attachment. Huh. I may have to look into that. I'll check that out. I mean, I don't change colors that often unless I'm doing a big print. Like my computer cases, people wanted different colors for different parts on the ITX cases that I was printing, so alrighty. Alright, that's the last one. Oh, it's my dinner time, so I'm going to end it here. I'm not going to leave the stream running on the printer, but I am going to end the stream here. I'm going to go eat dinner and sit down on the couch for a minute and watch a little TV with the wife, and then I don't know what we're gonna do tonight. So, all right, guys. Well, thanks for joining me and watching and listen to me ramble. And like, subscribe, and I guess I hope to see you guys in the next video. I will. I got a couple videos coming out next couple of days on some computer parts that I've purchased. They're just more of a unboxing review, first opinion, I suppose, first my opinion on stuff. So I will see about. I got a couple more videos I need to make. Probably, I hope, man, maybe tomorrow. I think I'm gonna call into work tomorrow. Pretty crappy here, and the roads are still bad here. So, but I will. Catch you guys in the next one. See y'all later.
Right now, Allstate has almost as many ways to save as there are types of music. Save for being a new customer. Save more for adding DriveWise. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or click to get a quote. Find out how much you can save today. Allstate. Now that should be music to your ears.
Not available in every state. New customer savings based on early signing discount. Drive-bys is an optional feature. Savings vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Northbrook, Illinois.
At New York Times Cooking, we believe that you shouldn't have to run to the grocery store every time you want to make something delicious. I'm Melissa Clark, and my recipe for the most adaptable one-bowl cornmeal pound cake is a comforting loaf cake that you can have fresh out of the oven in under an hour, using ingredients you probably already have on hand. And sliced, toasted, and buttered, it's practically a bread, so it gives you a pass to eat cake for breakfast. You can find so many easy, flexible pantry recipes like this one at nytcooking.com.
Hey, it's me, your favorite hoodie, and I need a wash. First, I woke up to a nice slobbery kiss from the dog. Then I got shoved in a smelly gym bag. Next, I washed the car. With my face! Then you took my arms, tied them in a knot around your waist, and sat on me!
For everything your clothes go through, there's Tide Hygienic Clean. With deep cleaning power, it removes visible and invisible dirt.
You want to learn the worm?
When it's dirtier than it looks, try new Tide Hygienic Clean.
For great savings, buy Tide Hygienic Clean at Target.
You love listening to your favorite artists, and we love listening to you. So let's talk. Click now to take part in our short survey, and you could win a month of gloriously uninterrupted music with Spotify Premium. That means you can enjoy all your favorite artists ad-free. Sound good? Then all you need to do is hit the banner now for your chance to win.
This is the sound of choice. John Deere's family of 23 high-performance excavators, now with the industry's most flexible integrated grade management solutions on select models. Visit Deere.com for special offers.
Some people take the straight path in life. But at Arizona State University, we respect your twists and turns. They make our online students more driven to excel in their professional lives. That's why our personalized suite of services empowers you with innovative resources and staff that sticks with you. Make your next turn with one of our 200-plus programs at ASU, a top 10 university for online bachelor's programs. Tap to learn more or visit us at asuonline.asu.edu.
I'ma clap my hands.
Tuesday on PBS, Henry Louis Gates tells the history of the Black Church.
Black people could praise God in their own voices, creating some of the most sublime music ever heard.
With Kirk Franklin.
Gospel music is about the majesty of Jesus.
John Legend.
It's such a distinct flavor of music.
Shirley Caesar.
It's something about those songs that brings joy.
And many more. The Black Church. Tune in or stream Tuesday at 9, 8 Central, only on PBS.
I needed affordable car insurance. Then I heard this song.
1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Pick up the phone, the call is free.
And Safe Auto got me low down payments on state minimum coverage. So this is my jam.
Play it safe, Safe Auto.
This is the sound of choice. John Deere's family of 23 high-performance excavators, now with the industry's most flexible integrated grade management solutions on select models. Visit Deere.com for special offers. This is the sound of choice. John Deere's family of 23 high-performance excavators. From highly transportable compact models to impressively powerful large frame machines, all of which can be paired with your choice of attachments. Your choices don't end there, because Deere offers the industry's most flexible integrated grade management solutions on select excavator models, making John Deere the obvious choice. Visit Deere.com for special offers.
Squarespace presents all you need to launch a bakery from home. You'll need your favorite bread recipe, a Squarespace online store with a modern template and rustic photos, a black market flour guide for when the supermarket runs dry,
Anything can be had for a price.
strong biceps for kneading dough, and an email newsletter to let everyone know what's available for delivery. Whatever your idea is, launch it with Squarespace. Use offer code Spotify for 10% off your first purchase of a domain or website.
Some people take the straight path in life. But at Arizona State University, we respect your twists and turns. They make our online students more driven to excel in their professional lives. That's why our personalized suite of services empowers you with innovative resources and staff that sticks with you. Make your next turn with one of our 200-plus programs at ASU, #1 in innovation for 6 consecutive years. Visit us at asuonline.asu.edu to learn more.
Finding incredible podcasts doesn't need to be as hard as making Instagram-worthy sourdough. So now, we've made it easier than ever to discover your new favorite obsession. Introducing Podcast Playlists. They're hand-picked, updated regularly, and filled with must-hear moments. There's Best Podcasts of the Week for the shows everyone's talking about, Crime Scene for you true crime geeks, and Brain Snacks for a hit of knowledge in under 20 minutes. Tap the button to discover new playlists now.
Well, I just purchased a new Clayton home during Clayton Home's garage sale event. And on top of that, I added a garage, which inspired me to write this little song right here I call You Can Put a Lot of Things in a Garage. It goes something like this. You can put a lot of things inside a garage, like a car, a lawnmower, tools, a ladder, boxes, a bike.
Add storage, security, and style to your new home with a garage during Clayton Home's garage sale event.
Maybe another car if you got 2 cars.